No, hold on. My camera's not there. There we go. Ah. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Ink, Coffee, and a Side of Yogurt. Oh hey there, Asian. Nice to see you. Oh yeah, I forgot to change my date on this thing here. Today is... What's today's date? It is the 6th. Okay, I'll change that. Is it? Hold on, let me double check. I don't think it is. No, not it's lightly snowing, but it has been snowing since last night, and I think the heaviest bit was earlier in the morning or so. And it's not like heavy snow. It's like the snow is very fluffy. You could use a leaf blower to blow it away. But it's not so bad. It actually looks kind of pretty out there. Yeah, this morning I was out there kind of digging my car out a little bit. Not really dig, it's more just kind of brush the snow off of it so that I could get it ready for work. Because I leave my car outside during the winter, and I would leave it inside, but there's no room, so yeah. Anyways, yeah, welcome to Ink, Coffee, and a Side of Yogurt. I have two new drawings to work on today. I got this one here. We got Witch Yogurt with her little, like she's got a test tube and like a little bottle here, a flask of sort, to do some alchemy. That's actually what this one is for. This is for the alchemy prompt. And in this one here, this one I'm thinking of adding some color to this one too. Like I wanna actually color that pizza like a nice tasty cheesy yellow orange, and some of the meat on it as well. Yeah. Well, hello there, Fecko. Nice to see you. An alchemist. Making up some crack. That's meth. She's got a little meth lab there. Or Fent. Yeah. I think this will be the first picture that I will work on, and then the pizza one will be afterwards. This one will be pretty fun too. I was thinking of adding a little bit of color to this piece, because I know like the last little bit I've only been using just the one color for everything. So for this one, I can get away with probably using different colors for the bottles that she's holding, the vials and such. That will be pretty fun. Let's see. Now, as always... Oh, hello there, meat man. As always, I have coffee. Hold on. I don't know, how's your days going, you guys? Hopefully it's been going pretty well. Now, like, let's see. The snow's been here for about... The snow's been here for about a week already. It was funny, because last week, it was very clean. It was still warm and everything. Like, I even went biking and stuff, and very... It was warm a week ago, and then the snow came by, and then within a week it's just like, whoa, now it's winter. Getting ready to go back to work. Oh yeah, nice. You're starting a new job. That's great. Yeah, hopefully the new job is turns out to be good for you. Oh yeah, I definitely could use this hot drink. It's nice. I should probably put this somewhere so that it doesn't get like wet. You know, so I've been kind of thinking about what exactly like ink coffee and a side of yogurt is kind of like. Like it is sort of a series of inked drawings like this and such, but I feel like the streams themselves they're almost kind of like, it's kind of like a podcast in a way. Like not really so much like one of those talk show podcasts, but it's kind of like a nice little thing that I do every week or so to kind of catch up on the things that I'm doing and such. Yeah, so I've been wanting to kind of, I've mentioned it like maybe in the last 2 streams or so, I've been wanting to kind of upgrade a few things here and there. Like one of the things I wanted to upgrade was this camera up here. Actually, this guy right here. This is not my camera, but the lenses. This lens here is my lens. The camera itself is actually my dad's. So I'm thinking that I could probably use this or so as a way to kind of get footage out of my overhead setup here. And one of the reasons why is because like it's generally, I think it's going to be a much better video quality than what I can get out of my phone camera. Because every time I look back at some of my VODs and I see some of the look of how my illustrations look like on the screen doesn't quite match up what I'm actually seeing in real life. There's something about the color, or maybe it's the white balancing, or some of the details that the phone does to the video or so. I was thinking like maybe I just need like a better camera or something that gives me a little more control over the kind of footage that's pulling out from there. Like this one actually isn't too bad. Like I can just use a little HDMI cable here and get it out. Yeah. But this is just one of my dad's cameras, and the lens itself is actually something that I have purchased maybe 3-4 weeks ago. Mostly just for my own kind of purpose, to kind of go around, take pictures of like things outside the city and such. It's mostly for street photography, like, because I think I might have mentioned this a couple times when I was working on my comics, but I do in fact use like a camera, whether it's one of these or it's my phone camera, like it could be like a regular phone camera or anything. I do take pictures of references that I end up using in one form or another in my comics or illustrations and such. And a lot of the things I take pictures of is mostly just like streets, architectural stuff, scenes, locales, sometimes people, but not really. Like I try to avoid taking people because I don't want people in my shots or so. But you know, there are times where you just can't really avoid it. There's going to be people in the shot no matter what, in some cases. But yeah, like it's my intent to eventually kind of upgrade my setup here so that I can use this camera in place of my cell phone camera up here, so that I can hopefully get a little better setup or better video quality out of it. Not sure how I can change things up to kind of or so. Like I should be able to do things like those because this thing does 4K, so I think if I zoom in, it shouldn't reduce in quality when I do those little crops or zooming ins and stuff. Which is because there are times where I want to bring something up close to the camera, and I can do that. Like I can just pick it up and bring it up and all. Or I could just like hit a button on my tablet here and it just zooms in right up to the table, right? Well, but yeah, that's something that I will consider doing or so. Oh, right. So a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned that I won a camera in an auction. It's not in yet. So the camera that I'm holding right here is not that camera that I won. So it will be coming in hopefully soon or so, and I'll get some time to play around with that one. Yeah. It's nice. I've actually been playing with this camera a lot. I've been going out for a bit over the last couple days when I could. Yesterday, I definitely got a good little outing yesterday at someone's house. So I took a lot of pictures there, get the hang of it. Oh yes, see ya. Yeah, this is pretty neato. I'll put that aside here. Okay. I'm just gonna cross off the ones that I am gonna be doing here today. Alchemy's one, and pizza is another. So let's see, I've already done unkempt, I've done beard, I've done maid. What else have I done? Ponytail. There's quite a lot here to choose from, but yeah. Hey, there we go. It's pretty good progress. Yeah, and you know, I am in this for the long run. I will attempt to do them every weekend, but like, I do have to forecast that there will be times where I will not have a weekend to actually stream. And it's alright, I'll let you guys know when are those weekends ahead of time. Usually I just have to ask my family or some friends if there's any plans or anything planned for those weekends or so. And then, because sometimes I got some parties to go attend to and don't have much time to prepare for those streams. And that's okay. But for the most part, I will be sticking with these streams pretty much all the way through until, like, maybe spring time. Basically, for, like, the winter season or so. Because it's basically already started. It's, like, a nice time to be indoors, and I feel like that's where all these inking streams are going to be the most comfy. Have I ever mentioned what I actually use this desk mat for? I think I have. Yeah, I have. It was for cutting those posters and those book covers and such, because that's why I actually use this for. That's why you see all these like grid lines and such. It's a cutting mat. There's actually a bunch of little lines in here that you can't really see, because I've actually used a knife to cut into it, and that's what it is. It's a healing mat. Yeah, that's why it has a grid. It has a grid because it's meant for cutting. But it's a really nice workspace for me to kind of stick to, and I use it as a drawing surface as well, because I noticed that I can tell the size of the paper, I can line it up straight with the grid lines and kind of keep it there. So it's actually been pretty useful for more than just cutting or so. Yeah. I don't think I paid very much for it. It was maybe, I think like $25 or so on Amazon. It's not a super thick mat by any means, but it's good enough. It's pretty big. Like that's a let's see, it's 24 by, yeah, it's 24 inches across. So it is kind of big. I've been wanting to actually find a time to do an actual Saturday stream, because I have noticed that during the weekends or so, so far it has been heavily leaning towards a Sunday, and I've been wanting to find a time to actually put it on a Saturday. But I don't know, sometimes it's a little hard. Saturday is almost always one of the busiest times for me anyways, because that's when I just do everything. Let's put this here. Hey, there we go. That should be pretty okay for that. Oh yeah, if you remember this thing here, I drew Yogurt with her short hair again, or so. It was from the last stream. I did it when it was right at the very end of the stream there. Yeah, it was right at the very end of the stream, so this is basically how I used to draw Yogurt back then. She used to have this kind of hair, just nice short hair and stuff. But this is supposed to be like the adult Yogurt, but with her hair cut short. So she's got like the glasses and stuff there, so... Yeah, I've been thinking about how I'm able to actually do this, and I don't think I can actually give her short hair canonically in the comics, simply because for thematical reasons, she shouldn't have short hair. I mean, she can have short hair. No, there's nothing that says that she can't have short hair. It's just that for thematical purposes and what having long hair stands for in my comics, I sort of don't want to take that away. Ah, yes. So, if you remember reading, this probably would have been in volume 3 or 4. When Yogurt enters high school, she actually decided to grow out her long hair as a way to symbolize that she's overcome the grief of her mother from back then. See, one of the reasons why Yogurt back in middle school had kept her hair short was because the sight of having long hair on herself only reminded her of her mother. Because her mother has long hair, and that's what she remembered about her own mother back at the time. So, as a way to symbolize like her moving on past her grief and such, she grew out her hair long, and she became comfortable again to be able to see long hair on herself, knowing full well that she is the spitting image of her mother. So in a lot of ways, like Yogurt having long hair, it does have like a bit of a thematical reason for it. And for me to kind of get her to cut her hair short, it really needs to have like a good reason for doing that. I mean, like I said, like, she can always cut her hair short. Like, there's nothing stopping her from doing that other than that thematical reason for doing so. But otherwise, hey, I can always draw her like this and just say it's like one of those one-off pieces I did on the side. I can always do that. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. Hello there, Citrus. Nice to see you. Yes. Hey, I am done my coffee. Okay. Well, now can get started on doing some inking here. Oh, earlier yesterday I tried to refill this pen here, and I think I might have exploded it. Or something, like a lot of ink started to leak from here. But I was able to kind of save it. Basically take it to a paper towel and just rub it on the paper towel until it was gone or so. So it wasn't too bad, like, but I'm kind of hoping it doesn't explode on the paper. I don't think it will, because I did clean as much of it as I can, so it should still be good. Yeah, that's one of the things about refilling these kinds of pens, is because I can't just dip the wick into the inkwell anymore. I have to just like use like an eyedropper to drop it in to the back of it. So I pull this out and then put some ink through the back and then push enough of it through so that it gets to the bottom. But the thing is, if you put too much of it and then you put the cap back on, it pushes everything down. So this part here starts to get a bit overpressured or so, but it's all right. The pen still works. It's not like it doesn't work. Like, it still writes. Yeah, it's good enough. It still works. But yeah, that's something that I'll have to keep in mind when it comes to these pens, because like, the more I draw with them, the more I'm going to have to refill them, and I need to know what techniques there are to refilling these particular pens. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started here. Yeah, so like I said, I'm going to be using different colors for this piece. I definitely want to add a little bit of color to them, because that's something that I feel has been missing in some of my ink drawings so far, is everything is all one color, except for maybe Yogurt's eyes. So I think for this one, I can add some color here to like the vials that she's holding. But that's for later. Let's get started on this. Yeah, so we're going to start with the hat and work my way down, because the hat is huge. It's covering part of her face a little bit, her hair. So it'll help if I just drew the hat first for this. Oh, hey there, Libra. Nice to see you. Yeah. The stream's going alright. I just started not too long ago, and I'm working on the first ink right now. Working on witch yogurt. If you remember her witch yogurt outfit here, I think it was from earlier this year where they did a little, almost like a Dungeons and Dragons type of role-playing kind of chapter. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was called Wizards and Witches, but it was like Dungeons and Dragons in a way. I do actually want to put like a big star in her eyes. Let's see if I can do that. It's hard to see in the camera there, but and she's got like the little glasses there. Okay, now I should be able to draw this part here because I left this one out. Alright, so far so good. Can probably do this part here. Yeah, this one is a little bit detailed. It's not quite as detailed as some of the other ones that I could do, but this one does have a few little extra details here and there. Not so much though. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Oh wow, look at that. Looking pretty good. Here, have a closer look at this one here. Yeah, so that's what I meant by I was going to add like a star or a clover to her eyes here. You couldn't see it earlier when I was down working on the sheet there. Yeah. Now, I'm not quite done yet. I do think I need to thicken some lines here for a second pass. Yeah. Very nice, very clean. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do like the second pass now. Could use the same pen for it, for this one. Because I know there are some parts here I want to kind of make it bold a little bit. Or, yeah, turn that off. There we go. Okay. I think that looks pretty good to work with there. You know, I actually have the shape that I could use to make those backgrounds because this matches the little thing in her eyes. Like this little shape. So I can use this later. Okay. Let's go ahead and start coloring this. So again, I actually wanted to use some different colors for these things here. I'm gonna do that afterwards though. For now, I'm gonna start by coloring in her hair and her skin. You know, for this piece in particular, she normally almost always wears like pantyhose and stuff, but I think this is just skin. I'm gonna try just making it skin instead, so she's not wearing any pantyhose here. Oh, hello there, Mustachio. Nice to see you. Inktober. You know, I used to do Inktober. But yeah, you know, I still think Inktober is pretty cool, and I think it's still pretty cool. I don't do it anymore because I figured, like, okay, I want to do my own thing, because I don't want to constrain myself to doing, like, the Inktober stuff. Oh, should probably... No, that's okay. Let's do this. But anyways, I think what happened with the whole Inktober controversy and stuff was a little bit overblown. Because the name Inktober has always been, how do you say, trademark and stuff. Ever since the, what's his name, Jake Parker, I think, was the one who started that. Because it's just that for some reason everyone had this sort of misinterpretation that Inktober was like had no market value whatsoever as a name, but he has been using Inktober as his you know, like a marketing trademark ever since he started it. It's been there. It's just for some reason no one really noticed it until it came about. I mean, Inktober is a name. It's a trademark name. It's kind of like me with YogurtMedia, right? I mean, technically, ink coffee and a side of yogurt is, well, it's not a registered trademark, but right now it is a mark that I'm using, and by by what it is, it does make it sort of marketable in a way that, hey, it's a name of a show, and I'm doing this thing on Twitch, and I am somewhat getting paid for it, but yeah. But yeah, it overblown to the point where every artist sort of just decided to do their own thing. And you know what? I actually kind of like it that way, because now there's so many different options that you can do, and it does encourage artists to sort of just venture off and do their own thing, which, you know, I very much prefer seeing. I like seeing different art from different people. They don't have to necessarily do like one set of prompts or anything, and such. Because what's his name? Jake Parker, if I recall, he uses the name Inktober to market not just like the actual action of Inktober itself, but also to sell like merchandise like Inktober sketchbooks, you know, like it's just sketchbook with the name Inktober stamped on it or something like that. And I think he even sells like, I don't know if it's clothing. I haven't really looked at the online store and stuff. And you know, those are all trademarks. Like the name Inktober is a trademark because he's using it in that sort of manner. And technically anybody can turn any name into a trademark, whether or not it's registered and protected. Well, that's yeah. Yeah, I think there's I think it's nice though to see different versions of the like Inktober challenge sort of prop up and stuff, and it sort of has led me to do my own thing. Ink, coffee, and a side of yogurt, and it is sort of like my own twist to it. For one, like I throw coffee in there, and I'm not limited to doing one ink drawing every day. Instead, I drag it out for 2 seasons or so and work on streams like this. Actually, the stream is a big part of the thing, because I'm basically trying to make what's sort of like a little offshoot art podcast of some sort, where I'm just every week or every other week I do one of these streams where I can just kind of sit around, do some inks, have a coffee, and then have a chat with people and talk about different things. I guess today we're talking about Inktober. Yeah. But I wouldn't have done that if you know, if Inktober didn't exactly go through that controversy that it did. So I do appreciate the fact that it blew up the way that it did. Because I very much do prefer kind of just sticking to doing my own thing as opposed to kind of doing like the Inktober prompts and stuff. I mean, it's kind of nice to see like all the prompts of the different prompts from different artists, as they all draw the same prompt but differently. I do actually appreciate that and such. My version of Inktober is much less social, because I absolutely don't expect anybody to be following along with my prompts, especially since I don't really post what prompt I'll be working on or so. I just sort of work on it, so it's very, very more solo, so to speak. And that's okay. I do kind of prefer doing things a little more solo. Alright, so I think oh yeah, I was going to do this here. Her legs. Yeah, she's not wearing pantyhose here, so that means she has skin color. You don't see that very much. She doesn't usually go, like, bare legs very much. Okay, this part here is white, so I'm gonna color it like this. My streams help you go to sleep. Oh, that's nice. Though I do admit, I think half of that is probably because of my music choices. The music that I've chosen for the streams, they're generally a little bit more on the boring side. They sort of need to be. The stream's helping you wake up. It's not very effective. Oh yeah, this part's also white. Yeah, I don't know if I want to take that as a compliment, but it does seem to be like the way that I am sort of designing my streams around. Because I want my stream to be sort of laid back to the point where you can just sort of run it in the background and not really think too much about it until, like, I'm, like, asking a question or some sort. Because I do want the streams to be relaxing for myself, too, so I don't want to be, like hyperactive or anything like that. I want to be quite relaxed. The date on the upper left of my stream. Yes, I actually put the date up there because sometimes I look back at my VODs and I want to know what day I've made it. In particular, only for these kinds of inking streams. Or so. I haven't really uploaded them to YouTube because I honestly have no idea how to upload these to YouTube because they're so long. A lot of my streams are anywhere between like 3 to 6 hours long or so. Usually around 3 or 4, but I don't know if YouTube accounts are allowed to upload at that length or if they have to be cut short or so. And for me to kind of sift through my entire video just to, like, cut highlights out of it is, like, I don't know how to do that. I guess I could just upload the whole thing, but I do have all my VODs saved, so I think at some point I can do that. I can just go ahead and upload it to YouTube. Oh yeah, you can upload the whole VOD as is? Oh, that's cool. Because I have been thinking about that. I do have a YouTube channel, and that's actually where you can find a lot of my music. If you go in your video producer and just hit export... Oh, does it do that? I've never done that before. So if you hit export, it just links it straight to your YouTube? I'll have to look into that. Because it'll save me the time, because I don't want to have to sit there and upload a whole VOD all over again, because my VODs are huge. They're anywhere between, like 20 gigs. They're pretty long. My VODs are not muted on Twitch, that does not mean that they can't be muted on YouTube, if I recall. And for that, I'm not sure. I'll have to see. I'll like try one VOD, maybe the first episode of Ink Coffee Yogurt, and I'll go ahead and do that, and then see how that turns out. Because a lot of the music I listen to, I do try to choose music that is, how do you say, somewhat streamer friendly, or at least like obscure music is what I like to choose. So now I don't know if YouTube is able to detect obscure music very much, but I think it should be okay. A lot of the music I listen to, they're like, I'm pretty sure like half of the music I have on my list are streamer friendly at the very least, because my music choices have been kind of tightly towards you know, big hat supremacy. Big hat. I'll try it, because it has been something that's been on my mind for a while. I've been wanting to upload it to YouTube, because I got all these VODs saved up and stuff. Big hat Yogun. Okay, let's see. This one's going to be RR26. We're gonna go with that. Oh. Worst comes to worst, in theory you could have the music not show up in the VODs. Unfortunately, my music is baked in. The only times where it's not baked into my VODs is if I specifically chose to run one of my music channels where I know I'm going to be streaming copyrighted music. Because I do have a channel that's dedicated to just that, but most of the time I don't use that channel unless I know I'm streaming that kind of music. So the music is baked in there, and I'm not going to sit here and kind of remove it manually. Let's see, which one is this? 26. Okay. I will attempt to do it. I'll try it out. I'll upload a VOD and see how it works. I don't think that's changed up here, so no. I don't think, yeah, I don't think daylight savings is going to change up here, mostly because, well, it actually does make a difference. You see, the higher up north you live, the more significant the sunrises and sunsets are, and or so. So the further south you live, I guess the less impact it does to have your clocks change, or so. But where I live, I think in general it's not going to be changing. I don't like the argument. The argument comes by every year, but the majority of folks here don't want to see that change. At least half, and that's a very big significance. And even if it did change, deciding on whether they want to stay an hour ahead or an hour behind, that's always going to be an issue, because no one really knows which one they would want to stay on. It basically just comes down to what everybody else is doing. So if the state's just doing it, it is a little bit more likely that we might switch, but there's still a significant crowd here that sees the benefit of having the hour cut back, simply because, well, of where we live. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna go with a darker one for a skirt. Yeah, I think if you live further down south, you could deal with not having it there, because I don't see any issue with it. Up here though, where like you can have a difference in like 5 hours between sunset and depending on the season or so, or more, like it can be quite significant. Maybe even more than 5 hours, like maybe up to like 10 hours. It depends. Like it's because the way that things work up here. Especially during the wintertime. Yeah, to me, it doesn't really matter. Like, my phone changes the clock all the time now, so like, I almost don't even notice it. Does it ever make me want to migrate? No, not really. Yeah, I kind of prefer it up here. Like, I very much prefer the colder environments. Some people don't, but I don't know, I like cold environments. DST. Daylight Savings Time. Alright. Okay, let me just go and close that. I think her hat's going to be the same thing too, so... Yeah, okay, I should probably do that. Her cape, I think I'm gonna go one shade lighter. It's gonna be maybe the same as this. Yeah. What do I use for this? R26, I think. Yeah, so... should probably use this to kind of shade that in then. Yeah, I'm gonna make her cape a different color. I'm gonna go lighter on that one. Okay. I'm gonna take a short little break here. To kind of rejuice this up here. I'm gonna make more of these. Oh, hello there, Velvet. Ah, nice to have you here. Yes, yes, that's how you refill these Copic markers. Now, the way I'm doing it is a very on-the-fly kind of version of it. Normally, if you wanted to refill a Copic marker the proper way, you need to remove one of the nibs. Normally, you remove the chisel nib because it's the easiest to remove. You just take a pair of tweezers and you pull it out, and then you just refill it that way. So, the kinds of inks that I'm using is my own personal blend of inks. So this isn't like the kind of refill ink that you normally would buy that's officially from Copics. But the principle is the same way. Like, you refill it the same way as you would with like any ink like this. Yeah, these are all refillable. These are alcohol-based inks. This is like my own alcohol-blended inks. So I've actually made a video back in September where I made a bunch of my own alcohol inks. Yeah, so these are my own blend of alcohol inks. Yeah, yeah. You will find it on it's on my Twitch channel. It's one of the videos that I've posted in, I think, one of my inking playlists or so. So right now I'm just kind of juicing up my Copic marker because it was running a little bit dry. So, but I've been using it a lot. Like, this is one of the colors I use the most, as you can tell by how empty my vial is here. Okay, I think this is juicy enough. I'm just gonna kind of briefly give it a good wash here. Yeah, I'll show you some of the inks I have in a bit. Let me just clean this up. Yeah, as you can see, like, these are my own Copic markers. I have a bunch of them here or so. So these are like lighter versions of the same one. again, my own blend of inks. So again, because these are alcohol inks, you have to use alcohol to clean alcohol. You cannot use water. Water doesn't work. You'll find that out pretty quickly when it comes to these inks. Anyways, let's pull my second camera here. I guess I could take a little break here and just show my inks again. Turn this on. Is that working? There we go. Anyways, let's go ahead and unplug this guy here. Oh, that scared me. I dropped a vial. But it's okay, nothing spilled. Yeah, so these are my own custom inks here that I've blended from over the last couple months or so. So this is how I've been getting around not having the right Copic markers, or at least the colors that I want. So instead, I just ended up just blending my own set of colors that that I can use here. So I got a bunch of vials here. Alright, okay, so let me open up my second camera here. There we go. Alright, so the types of inks that I use here are these Jacquard alcohol ink pinata colors. So basically, what I ended up doing was I bought a bunch of the primary colors. So I got blue, I got magenta, I got green, I got yellow, and this is black here, and this is a bit of an extra one that I had lying around here. But yeah, by using these primary colors, now, if you've ever had printer ink before, normally they come with like 3 different colors, and that's like magenta, blue, yellow, and all. Well, that's basically what I'm doing here. I have these 3 primary colors, or 4 if you count green, so that I can pretty much make any color I want. Like I can make, this one's Yogurt's hair color. I think it was Peach Dairy. I don't remember which one it's called. I had it on a sheet of paper here. This one is green. Some sort of bluish sea green color. Or so. Yeah. Yeah, so I have a bunch of different colors. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do these and make my own set of colors is because finding the color that I always draw in. If you've been following any of my digital art, I love drawing in this one particular color, which is this one here. I even gave it a name. Rare Raspberry. Yeah. Yeah, so that's one of the main colors that I use for pretty much everything. If you've been watching my digital art and all. And I've made derivatives of that color. Okay, that's where RR comes from. RR22. And the 22 is, like, these naming conventions I had to come up with because it's more or less for a reference for myself. Like, this is RR22, the first two being a second derivative, and the second two being the amount of the original RR is being used and how much I dilute it. The same thing here. Like, see, it's 4 milliliters of RR and 18 milliliter IPA. IPA is isopropyl alcohol, so I do use alcohol to dilute these colors down. There's another kind of alcohol that I was considering buying, but it's a little harder to obtain that here. But I was able to obtain isopropyl alcohol really easily, so that's not an issue for me. Otherwise, if you do want to make your own Copic inks, I do highly recommend you find like the purest ethanol that you can get, because that's what alcohol inks are typically made out of. Though the one thing you'll note, like, isopropyl alcohol works pretty well, but it does stink a little bit more because it's rubbing alcohol, right? So you're going to notice that it's going to stink up a little bit more. It's going to dry just a little bit faster. It's harder for me to get ethanol here because you either need a permit for it or they just don't sell it at such a high proof. Ethanol is the same type of alcohol that you find in drinking alcohols, like wines, vodka, and all. I mean, you technically could use vodka to make inks, but I kind of don't recommend it because it's too low purity. It's only 40%, or is it like... I think it's like only 40%. I don't remember how high vodka is. It's not very high. But to make these kinds of inks, you need like a very high proof ethanol. So like 95 or more. If you can get it really high, then that's where you get it. Now, I don't know about you, but if you go to like a liquor store and you ask for like a 95% alcohol drink, I don't think they'll give that to you unless you have like a permit or so. But this kind of alcohol is much more easily obtainable, and it does the same job. It's just isopropyl alcohol, 91%, which is, it's high, but you generally want to be up there in the 90% or so. Now, like I've mentioned before in the past, the performance between isopropyl alcohol and ethanol is actually not that big of a deal for me. Like, I've been using isopropyl alcohol in my recipe for quite some time, and it still blends pretty nicely with my Copic markers. But if I had to change one thing about my recipe is, if I could get ethanol, I would use ethanol. And if you can get ethanol, you could use ethanol to make your own inks or so. But obtaining it might be pretty difficult depending on where you live. Especially if you live in a dry country. There are some countries out there that just do not sell alcohol whatsoever, and well, in that case, you're just not going to be able to make your own inks, alcohol inks or so. But yeah, these are what I use to make my own inks, and this is my own set of personal colors that I use a ton of. As you can tell, like, here's all my markers here. These are all custom markers. Yeah, that's what I've been using for my artwork here. yeah, it's actually a lot of fun, and I have the opportunity to pretty much make any color that I want, and that's what I love about this. And plus, like, I don't have to go to the store to buy any refills. I just make my own refill at home and refill my own pens. Okay, let me put this back here. So, yeah, like, that's just a little tidbit for you guys, since you, if you are new here, the inks that I have been using are all custom, and that's what I've been running with this whole time. Like, I will only be using the official Copic markers here and there, because I do have, like, a bunch of official ones. But for the most part, much of my artwork will be using these custom inks here that I've made. As you can see, like, I need to refill this. Like, I've used quite a bit of this ink here, and, you know, for good reason. This is, like, my most used ink, so that's particularly why I wanted to get into making my own inks, because I know there's going to be some inks that I'm going to be using a lot of, and that's this guy. Especially since all the colors that I use are mainly derivatives of this one, so I just end up using a lot of this ink in particular. Okay, back to this. Alright, so now that this thing is all juiced up, it's good to go. I think I was gonna do the back, her cape here. Let's go with this color. Yeah, this one. This is RR26. Yeah, and you know, like, based on the performance that you... Like, if you've seen the performance of how I've been working on this, it's not too far off from how Copic markers are like. In fact, like, my markers blend together with the Copic markers, so you almost can't tell the difference other than maybe a little bit in its application. Because if there's one thing that I will say, is that if you're going to be using Copic markers based on the recipe that I've produced, you will notice that they will dry a little bit faster, but that's okay if you're not going to be... Like, it's okay because I have a bunch of the ink, so all I gotta do is just juice it up a little bit. It doesn't dry that quickly. Like, I've noticed that if my markers have been sitting here for a month or so, I can still use them for quite some time. Like, even after that. No, it doesn't. I use my cutting mat for cutting. I don't really use it as a drawing pad or anything, because I actually do cutting. That's actually how I made these little stencils and stuff that I use for my artwork sometimes. Like, I use an X-Acto knife and I just cut out these stencils. Oh yeah, hold on. There we go. It's been so long since you haven't done digital art. I do digital art almost every other day, because I do comics, right? So a lot of my work is digital. But I like doing traditional art, and I've been wanting to kind of get back into it because especially now that I have all these tools at my disposal. So yeah, I've been wanting to do it. Okay, this one's also getting pretty dry too. I think I'm just gonna have to get my ink out. This one is 26. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to be a little bit on the fly with this, because normally what I would do is I would refill my pens, but I think I skipped a week where I didn't refill it, so... But that's okay. Like, if I do it this way, then I know that they're going to be as juicy as they can be. Okay, so RR26. Put this somewhere for now. Okay, I spilled a little bit of it, but that's okay. I didn't get any on my hands. Luckily it dries so fast, so I'm not so worried about it. But, yeah, I'll just put a little bit more in there. Okay. Okay, should be fairly juicy enough to work on this now. Because I didn't really like how dry it was just now. Oh yeah, that's much better. Especially with how big her cape is, like it's gonna make my marker go dry pretty fast. And it's not like the marker is dry, it's more like the... How do I put it this way? It takes time for the ink to refill the tip of the nib. And like, if I leave the marker long enough, then it gets juicy again. But if I'm going through this really fast, it dries up the tip pretty quickly. Especially with how big the area is I'm trying to color in. It does if you continue to use it a lot if it's dry. But otherwise, I would always highly recommend you try to keep it as juicy as you can, because if it's dry, you kind of don't want to be using it too much, otherwise you're gonna ruin the tip. I mean, these things are replaceable by any means. Like, you can just take the nib out and put a new one in, so I'm not too worried. I have a bunch of spare ones as well. But if I want to make the tip last as long as I can, I would always try to keep it juicy. And you know what I mean by juicy. You just take a look at it and you'll be like, oh yeah, that thing's full of juice. So right now the nib is fairly juicy. I'm not worried about wrecking it right now because it's pretty wet. Alright, there we go. Okay, so I'm not too worried about this one now. Okay. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Nice. Yeah, take care. Hopefully my stream has been a little more informative and so, like, I always want to try to get people to experiment a little bit with those custom inks and stuff, so, like, I was trying it out, and I thought that, hey, you know what, maybe other people might find this interesting, because I know there's a bunch of people out there that would love to actually try their own inks out. Alright, there we go. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? I didn't really know where to start either. So, like, when I started to mix the inks myself and such, like, I was still sort of experimenting with it. And you know, I think I was pretty well rewarded. Like, I very much like that I can just make the ink I want at any time now. I mean, I know there's a bunch of people who are like Copic purists or something where they wouldn't dare try to make their own inks or try to ruin a marker or something or so, and they prefer to stick with the official Copic markers. And you know what? They can totally do that. I mean, I've done that myself. I have a bunch of Copic markers here that I use only the original inks for. but it's just that in my case, I wanted to try to make this color in particular, and I know Copic doesn't have it, so that's why I had to venture into making my own inks. But hey, I'm pretty satisfied with the results. Okay, this. Oh wait, I need this. Yeah. I keep forgetting I'm using the marker that I need. Alright, you have a good night, Feko. Thanks for dropping by. It's nice having you here. Okay, let's see how does this one work here. That's actually kind of a cool effect. I think I will stick with that. Okay. Then this part here, we'll make this dark. Yeah, that's something to notice about some of the inks that I have here is you gotta give the pens some time to rest, otherwise they dry up. But if you let them rest, they get wet again. It's okay. Not this one. I need the other one. This one here. This one. Oops. We'll go with a violet color for this one. Let's see, how does this color look like? Okay. So, in case you guys haven't... I know some of you were asking about my custom inks here. So what I use is, I use these blank Copic markers. I've showed these before, but you can buy Copic markers that are just empty. So there's no ink here. It's just an empty marker. So this is what you would use if you want to use custom inks. You would just use an empty Copic marker. You can use an older Copic marker that was once used, but in order to avoid contamination, I would just recommend using a new marker altogether. Simply because like it's a pain to actually sit down there and flush the marker out over and over and over again to clean out the old ink. Like, I wouldn't want to put myself through that, and like it was just easier to just buy a new empty marker and use it right away with a custom ink. So I have a bunch of these just lying around, so that I could make my own markers anytime. Alright. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I like how this turned out. Okay, so I was gonna end up using these as like little stars that I can put around here or so. Yeah, it'll be pretty simple. I'm just gonna put it here and then put it there, I think. I think I can do that. Where is that? This thing. Yeah, I need this. I think that's good enough. There we go. That one's really light, but that's okay. Got a little bit on her hair here, but that's okay. I think I can leave that there. Yeah, see, so that's actually something I didn't know would work, but it ended up working. But I used like a little cotton swab, dipped it in some alcohol, and I used it to erase some of the ink, and it actually worked. It worked pretty well. So I'm a little surprised by that. You can erase a little bit of it at a time just using a cotton swab. So yeah, literally everything that I'm doing here needs alcohol in order to work with. So, like, if you want to clean up anything, you're using alcohol. If you want to paint anything, you're using alcohol. So, it's kind of nice. Okay, so this one is done. I'm gonna call this one Alchemy. Let's see, where to write it? I think right here. Alchemy. And sign this off here. And that one is another one done. Okay, here, check this out. I'll give you a bit of a close-up here. There we go. Yeah, take a look at that. Yeah, I think it turned out really well in the end. Yeah, this one's pretty good. Okay, so that's one piece done. I do have one more left to work on. That's one's right here. This one. Pizza. Oh, pizza time. This one... Okay, I think this one might need... I'm gonna have to refill one of my other inks here before I start this one, because I know this one's gonna take me... It's gonna use up some of my lighter inks. So I'm gonna put this one aside. Okay, this one's... Let's see. So before I do this one, I know I'm gonna be using probably these two quite a bit. And then this one here is the fourth R4. Yeah, okay. I will refill these three. Yeah, I might as well just do this now while I still can. Do the first one. These ones I know are a little dry, so that's why I'm gonna preemptively refill them just a bit, kind of make them a little wet. Oops. That one might be a little too much. Okay. I think that one's good though. Hydrate. I do have water, so yeah, I'm good. Hello there, Kokoro. Nice to see you. Okay, so right now I am preemptively filling up my inks for the next piece. I don't have to do it, but I'd rather do them now so that in case my inks do happen to dry out in the middle of the piece, then at least I can do it now so that they don't do that. I can ensure that they're as juicy as they can be. This is 22. Yep, 22. Yes, these are custom Copic markers. They're my own inks. That should be good. Yeah, it looks juicy enough. But yeah, like I was showing earlier in the stream, I've made my own set of Copic markers that are entirely custom. Oh, that was from the Cult of the Lamb. I was playing that a number of weeks ago, and I forgot to turn off the extension for it or something. Yeah, I haven't been playing that game a bit. It's been a while since I played it. The last time I played it was maybe like 2-3 weeks ago on the Steam Deck, just to see if it even worked. This is number R24. Okay. '24. I got the 256 gigabyte version or so. I haven't been playing it very much. Most of the games I have are on like a little micro SD card, so I'm not too worried. It's pretty cool, but yeah, I haven't touched my Steam Deck in a while. Oh yeah, that's pretty juicy. Okay. Okay, should be ready to go for this next piece. I think all my markers are juiced up, so I shouldn't have any complaints with these. Alright, so this next piece is called Pizza, or the prompt is Pizza. This one will be pretty fun to work on. Hey, there, you can see it. Alright, let's get started. Oh. Okay, I gotta be a little bit careful with this one, because I noticed that I have to draw the glasses in... I think I have to do the glasses first. Okay. Okay, so this part I can't draw anymore, so let's do the glasses here. Yeah, I have to do the glasses first. Inking time, yeah. It's pizza time. Yeah, I don't use multi-liners anymore. I use entirely my own custom pens. I should probably mention, again here, that this brush pen that you see... So I use a brush pen that's my own inks. So you can see here, it's got a brush nib. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, and this is something that is kind of crucial for my works nowadays, because I do use my own colored inks for my works. Like, I'm not inking in black here. This is it's almost it's very similar to the color that I use in my digital art, and that's actually the reason why I use this. This is the ink I use for my works, right here. Ox blood. Yeah, so these guys, yeah. And it's been working very well for me, so I've been using this, and it's basically the color that I use for my, like I normally use for my digital art, right? Like, if you've ever seen my digital art color, I always color with, or I always do my line art in this one particular color, and it hasn't really changed very much in all these years. Yeah, it's a type of maroon color, and you can kind of see here, like, how it looks like. Yeah, see? Okay, let's go back to this. Like, I do have a bunch of multi-liners, but they're all in black ink, so I can't use it for my pieces here. But yeah, this is all brush. I'm using a brush nib for this. Oh yeah, brush nibs are very clean and very versatile if you know how to control it. Okay. This is going to be the hard part here, I think. Like, all these pizza strands. I think I need to draw it first so I know where it is. Okay. Okay. Just grab a drink here. Okay, so far so good. This one, I'm not going to give her eyes the cross shading, because her eyes are supposed to be all highlighted and stuff, so I'm going to make it kind of sparkly later on. And I can't have the cross shading kind of block that. Okay, so that's good. Oh yeah, I should probably put like... Like, that's a little piece of the food there. She's enjoying that pizza. Alright, let's see how this looks like. Oh, wait, I need to finish this. I didn't do the eyebrows. Okay, here we go. Alright. Check that out. That looks really good. I actually do like how that looks like. Pizza! I actually want pizza, but I don't think I'm having pizza tonight, so it'll have to be another night. But that looks pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make some of the lines a little bit thicker, but for the most part, it's actually pretty alright. Okay. I gotta make the pizza stand out a little bit, so let's go ahead and do that. Thicken the lines for the pizza here. Okay, that pizza looks like it's sticking out quite a bit now, so I don't have to worry about that. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, that's why I'm going through a second pass of it to kind of add some extra lines, make it thick a little bit here and there. Remember to breathe. Yes, I gotta remember that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Just gonna go one more pass around the glasses here, just on the outside. Alright, that looks pretty good. Yeah, take a good look at that. Let me bring it up close here. Looks pretty good. Okay, so I do want to add some color to this piece, mostly to the pizza. I'm gonna use whatever colors I got here. I have let's see, what can I use for pizza? Yeah, I got quite a few colors I could use here. I'm gonna have to use a mix of some of these. Yeah. I do want it to look a little more appetizing at least, so yeah. When it comes to it, I will use that. But in the meantime, right now, I'm gonna focus on coloring what I can here first. Sometimes. Okay, so before... I'm just gonna color the glasses in first, because I'm gonna get that out. I think it was the darkest color I got. Let me try. Alright, so her glasses are in. Okay, let's do her hair here. Try not to get into the pizza. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a little bit darker here. No, I'm just in a different room. I do my traditional art in a different room than my regular room. Also, plus, even in my other room where I normally do my digital art, I use a new microphone now that doesn't pick up as much noise from the background. It's a dynamic mic, so like I have to actually speak into it for it to pick up. Yeah. Okay, so I need blue. I'm gonna go with blue for this one. Aqua blue. Okay. But yeah, like if you've ever been there when I was doing my webcomics streams and stuff where I'm working on my comics, I use a completely different microphone. I use the Rode Pod mic. I actually enjoy using that one. That one's a much better microphone than the one I'm using right now. The one I'm using right now is not bad. It works for the purpose that I'm using it for, but the one I'm using for my regular streams, it's just better. But I'm kind of too lazy to bring that up here to do this stream, so I'm just using my old secondary microphone. Okay, so I need to find out what colors to use for this guy here. Okay. So I think for the crust, I want to use like a almost like this toast color. Actually, let me take a good look at that. Where is that sheet? Toast. I think it's in here. Okay, so I can use toast. Okay, I'm using that one. What else am I using here? Okay, I don't have a lot of yellows. Light walnut. I can use the light walnut for the shading. I think that's how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay. And then for the cheese, let's see, I think I have cadmium yellow. No, maybe that's too yellow. Pale yellow. Buttercup yellow. Actually, might be a better one to use. So if I use this... Okay, buttercup yellow. And, let's see. I think I can still use toast for this. Yeah, I can still use toast. Okay, so we'll use toast. And then I need something for the pepperoni. Let's see. Salmon red. Would salmon red work? And I'm gonna probably some greens on there. Just looks like peppers or something, I don't know. Yeah, that works. We'll go with that. Okay, so that looks like a good set of colors for pizza. Okay, so I got my colors. Let's go ahead and do that pizza. Alright, it's pizza time. Okay, cheese. Do the cheese here. Where's my salmon red? Oh, here. I put it back for some reason. Okay, I need some little highlights in there. Just to kind of make it look a little greasy. Or, well, first let me add some of this. Okay, that looks good. I like that. Okay. Yeah. It's been a while since I've actually added any color to the piece, so it's kind of nice to see that here. Okay, let me put all this stuff away. I don't need all these markers everywhere. Okay. Yeah, sorry, that took me a while. That box was so messy, so I had to reorganize it a little bit quickly there. Okay, so I need to do a sweater here. For this one, I think I'm gonna go with a darker color. Let's go with 24. Yeah, I don't think I've used 24 very much, so yeah, I will go with a darker color for her sweater. I'm gonna use a lot of this ink, so hopefully it doesn't run too dry, but luckily I did refill it a little bit just to get it ready. So just gotta be kind of careful with it. I am gonna go light on it, so maybe only one layer, because I do want that pattern in her sweater where it looks ribbed. Here, I'll show you. I'm gonna do it now. Yeah, you can't see it properly yet, but there's like a ribbed pattern because of the way that the marker dries up on the sheet. So it does make sense for her sweater. So it's a little easy way to add texture. Alright, there we go. And yeah, just one pass will do, because I do want to keep that texture in her sweater. So there we go. I like how this one does have actual color to it. It's not like, I know I've been doing that in my older Inktober drawings, but I haven't been doing it so much in this series of inking stuff. Okay, so she does need some shading. I'll go with this one here. We're pretty close to being done here. Okay, let's see how am I going to do this one here. Okay, so I think it'll go like this. Yeah, okay. All right, look at that. That's pretty good. I like that. This turned out pretty good in the end. The color in the pizza makes it pop out a little bit, and yeah, makes it look pretty nice. Let's see. I think there's not really a whole lot I could add here. Maybe a little bit of hair strands, but other than that, not much. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Let's add some hair strands here. Okay, what else can I do? That looks good. I do like how this looked. Okay. I think I can just go ahead and... I don't think I want to put a background or anything for this one, so... because the picture is, again, pretty big, so there's not a lot of room for me to play with. Very clean looking. Yeah. Pizza. We'll just sign it off here. Let's go down here just to save some space. And there we have it. Done. Here, let me get a zoom up here. There. And take a look at that pizza and stuff. So you can see here what I mean by adding a little bit of texture to her sweater. So because of the way that the ink dries up on the page, I can kind of add a little bit of these ribbed lines for her sweater here. I did that before for some of the other inks that I've done, like in the last stream or so. But it works better for what she's wearing here, but it does depend on what you are drawing, because the one way that you could get rid of those streaks is by going over it again with a second layer, and that's why you often see me do 2 layers worth of ink, because what that does is that it sort of cleans up the texture just a little bit as the ink blends with itself. But it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes if I'm not fast enough, it doesn't blend properly. And that's one of the reasons why if I had to choose to redo my inks again, I would use ethanol. And a little bit of, I need to add maybe a little bit of glycerin in there to kind of get things to stay wet for a little bit longer. Or so. It's so that I can get it to mix better as I'm doing this. But yeah, this turned out really good in the end. Yeah, this is pretty good. Oh, I guess I'm not entirely done. There's just like these little touch-ups here. Let me go ahead and finish this. And then I want to add like at least a drop shadow in there, like on this side. There we go. A little better. Some of those finishing touches. But that's great. Alright. So these here are the 2 pictures that I finished today. Yeah, not bad. Oops. Yeah, not a very bad stream at all. It was nice to getting these 2 pieces done here. I guess there's not really any theme to this one. It was more like I wanted to try out pieces that made use of a little more extra color. So we got these 2 little bits here with some color, and then we got the pizza over here with some color, which I felt was like kind of missing in some of my inking. So I thought like, maybe I should just add a little bit of color here and there. Depends on the subject, right? So, but yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. And I wonder. No, I think that's... I'm not going to touch that one. I'm good on that. Okay. Anyways, that's all I have for today's stream. It was a lot of fun getting all this stuff done too. And yeah, it was nice to... You know, this actually makes me kind of hungry. I'm hungry, and I don't know if I want to eat some pizza later. I do feel like eating pizza, but I might not have pizza tonight. Yeah. These turned out really well in the end. Anyways, let me get ready to end the stream here. Anyways, guys, it was a pleasure having you guys here with me, and it was nice. Yes, thank you for being here. I'm gonna probably not go to sleep right away. It's still kind of early, so I'm just gonna probably have some dinner, maybe not pizza or so. And probably just take it easy for the rest of the night. Oh, I do have a comic that's gonna go up tonight as well. I already prepared that one well in advance, so I will upload that comic after these guys go up online. Anyways, you guys have a good night. We will see you again next time, and take care. The next stream will be next weekend. See you next week.